Alright, part 6. The 7th astral era is meant to be a time of peace, and yet it also remains rife with turmoil. From rampaging primals to unruly refugees, myriad are the problems of demanding urgent answers. In response, Alfie now forms the Crystal Braves, an ambitious company that will serve the realm as a whole rather than any one nation. Well, you were manipulating the polls, so I kind of have to like say you got disqualified. Alright, we're gonna do it Friday. Get your drinks and snacks ready for Friday, and when we do Freddy Fish Friday, I guess. It's gonna be Freddy Fish Friday. Triple F. The Triple F. They got me fuming in 30 minutes today and I called in sick because migraine. Based. Based. I need to find someone to draw you like a fish. Oh my fucking god. Would you want to do that? Photoshop my head on Freddy Fish and you got it, I guess. Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it awaits us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summoned them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Asians, RNG is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alfino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alfie now has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. I reported to Yoshi P, so he will ban him in FF14 because modding is basically forbidden. Oh yeah, that's like the unwritten rule, right? Use mods but don't tell anyone. Hey to me, hoi hoi. I don't know, I don't get this with like modding. Too much effort. It's too much effort. What is it? And do be concise, I'm rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. And given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demand upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there's already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilbert. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance. It's not a tail. Well, I still have like the normal dragon tail, but the one that you see with like the thing is from the jacket. It's from the jacket. Dude, why? Just no. Why do I want to be a fish, man? Look at, wait, you did it?
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
Good voice acting jump scare.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
Why did you give the fish tits, man? What the fuck?
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ.
It came from you, it had to be tits. Anyone else, I would have thought like it's actually fins or like whatever.
We pressed the traitor for a name,
but not you.
But he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Reborn of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Reborn. Bro, I can't even show that picture, man. Like, those tits are too big. They are not. Twitch doesn't like me to see them. But they like to show them to you. Now I want to see him. Is that unsafe? It's basically just a stick. Like it's like a stick figure drawing. This is basically what it is. I think you can expect better from what I don't know. I just replaced the image. That's what it is.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
This dude.
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Reborn. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Why are they on about Thor's balls all the time, man? Jesus Christ.
Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress.
Chibi Chibi and Doro
I've let it
videos?
be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends.
What are you
None
watching?
will give your
Blank?
visit a second thought.
What are you watching?
To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland.
There's so much clipping in this game, I only just realized.
Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required
The
after all.
weirdest DBZ
I
hit
dare
ever.
say we have Reborn's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily. But one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Lavalieu. Enjoy your food, Sola! Fuck, man. Well, it sounds like as if you just like recorded it yourself. What was that quality, man? I can't wait for you to get I can't wait for you to get to some of my favorite parts. A way like this I can release some of my favorite moments. I'm still kind of hoping that I like kind of fast get through like the last bit of A Realm Reborn. So like that the game actually gets good again. Because like right now this is kind of like boring. Like there's like filler episodes, man. It feels like I'm just like watching Naruto or something. Just watching filler Naruto or One Piece. We are returned from Ulda, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the 4th was taken with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minions and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, you received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. God damn it. You're still smiling, man. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Gallians are not wont to treat the foreman with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch the rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Gallians with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Oh, okay, dude. Now, Alianne of the 4th lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation. Right, this way. You would aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. No time is against us, so allow me to brief you in on the situation. The Galleon fell upon us without warning.
I'm coming, Zarbon! Quick, grab my ball!
Bro, is that from... Oh, it's abridged, okay. Okay, it's abridged. I was like, wait, no fucking way. Is that from the real Dragon Ball? The Galleons fell upon us without warning, wounding poor wretch and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, The Galileans may be interrogating Resh or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Kasum's sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. Oh, there it is. Ah, dude. Oh my god. Where am I? Rash, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed play, or cursed play, is Rash cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a division is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given the reputation, I suspect the Galileans will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Over there. FF14. I know, it's FF14, I'm sorry. I won't do Final Fantasy 14 on Friday though. But it's like that. Oh, I feel kinda bad now for doing it today and not Friday, because Floss can't today. And I think Floss still thinks we're gonna do Friday FF14. Yeah, I'm gonna tell that we're not doing it on Friday. I have awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Rash is safe and we suffered no further causalities. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission's success to Commander Le Villiers. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering the enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission, as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks for their expert ministrations. The danger is past. You have my gratitude. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal causalities this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Coathas. I have been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you're ready. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Coathas. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrusts of a sword. I need to talk to Mother. Mother, can I go outside? Can I leave? A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador? By all means, I think it is a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast trap activity of late. If Alfie now believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent, I take it she has explained the situation. She has, yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? With that I knew, the question of the motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of the Abalathia spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of the Silver Tier Skies. Since which time the borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when a calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Carteno, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have minor thoughts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past. This time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiation table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead. Our old friend Lord Horsfart is expecting us. Since our quest is to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Horsfart. Ever a welcome sign. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such an extinguished personage to catch a cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alfie now, an honor as always. Likewise, Lord Horsfart. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fort Holmes may even seek the aid of you newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first inconvenience. You are doubtless weary of your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you're willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knights stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. What's done there? We have been expecting you, madam. Pray take your ease inside and I shall summon the others. Alright, let's do it.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Jump scare. I had to charge my phone, holy shit.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the keeper of the lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
Iceheart?
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Dun, 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 dun. Just when we're starting to make progress, and to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Horsford and find out what he has learned. Lord Horsford. Oh!
Devo 501 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
What the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's toll as it was passing through Boulder's Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Oh no, I haven't watched it. Shit. Quiet, we can pursue that adventure of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scent of the ambush should be of our first concern.
501 gifted a tier 1 subscription.
Bravo! Thank you so much for gifting Solar sub as well. I will. Is that a real thing, by the way? The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Horsford said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. The thing you sent me. The live action movie of Fury. I still want to believe that this is real. Oh, it got cancelled right after? Oh good, okay. Thank God. Everyone hated it. Bro, how the fuck do you even make a movie out of that game? Like, Jesus Christ. How would you do that? It's gotta be like John Wick, but without plot. Like, mind you, the Fury live-action movie of the game we played earlier. Gonna be like fighting, like choreography, but there's like no plot. That was supposed to be a movie, but it got cancelled apparently. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for. Lord Horsefart, bid you speak with us? Then you must be. Beg your pardon, scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it, though a damn sight harder to conceal it. I allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden a way off. Ah, but pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack, not that his presence amounted to much. Like, to be honest, like, the Fury is a game that has only gameplay and good music. Like, the story is like, wow, damn, you got tortured, now you just kill everyone that is, like, against you. Like, oh cool. How do you make a story out of that even? Like a movie story? You got a Monster Hunter movie. Is that even good? I mean, we also got a Borderlands movie, right? We got a Borderlands movie as well. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red, and then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't. I mean, they had killed me. They would have killed me. So I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Oh shit, we're gonna kill Shiva. What the fuck is Battleship? What the fuck is Battleship? I think I'm too zoomer for Battleship. What the fuck is Battleship? A board game? Oh. Well, I don't play board games. You think I am? Someone with friends? Ah, you have returned. What news have you for us? It seems the Lady Isa does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is the Shiva the heretics spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion? Myself, you know? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Horsford, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as a beast tribe with a primal. Why else would they go to such length to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Horsford, you would agree that this discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, myself, you know? The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Hall. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of the summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. You never play board games? I mean, the only board games I played was when I was younger with my mother. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks. Of course, now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, pray join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak and the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region, it is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillamon should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good? I don't know about board games, to be honest. Next Handycam stream? Me playing fucking solo Dark Souls, the board game? I think this was the Witcher board game, right? Hey, this is not the way. Where am I? Whoa. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Isa, and your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Drillamond. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of the pilgrims and the provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit for Crystal Braves, or of Crystal Braves, to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. 'Twould be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillamond has one in mind. Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. It seems as though we are always one step behind our quarry, ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the same result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume. Or Guillaume? We have not. The mystery of how the heretics remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covered evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Tremont in the yard. I will have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. They don't even talk. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. The flying pig, what the fuck? Hey, where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you so late? Standing on the wall. Why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Huh? Bloody echo, lower your voice or they'll hear us in Whitebrim Front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights are... in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about... Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels That before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Is no thingy nearby? Damn. Well, did your investigation bear fruit?
Hey, motherfuckers!
Nigel! Wait, Nigel, you also playing Final Fantasy? What the heck? Nigel, thank you so much for the raids! Yo, you're amazing! I didn't know you're playing this game as well. What the heck? Hope you had a good stream. No, you! No, you! I see, I shall have the man detained at once, his guilt is plain. But that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. In the same FC? No, I don't even know who's in the FC! I don't even know that. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of the secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that a snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Down are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House during their nights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. I rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Halone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy. The lives of our allies are at stake. Getting back to catch up. Are Dawn Tray story patches? I'm sorry, I have legit no idea who's in EFC. Like I said, I don't play this game for like the social aspect. It's fine, Mrs. hates me. No, I don't! I treat this MMO more like a single player game. That's why, I think. Yeah, I don't care about like the social aspect. Couldn't care less about that. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's an RPG, yeah. That's what I like people saying as well, like don't expect FF14 to be an MMO, it's more of like a single player MMO. Which is how I treat it. Yeah, them queue for the raid still long. Let me know when there's an alliance raid. I don't know when the next one is. Probably kinda late, I'm guessing. After 3 okay. I'll tell you in like a month probably. My knight sent no word of your coming. What has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered. And... No, we have not the man to spare. Not now, not while Isa prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and Deep Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed here long before he aroused our suspicion. Would that we would have caught him sooner. Have a good sleep, Wololo. Have a good old man nap. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use the tunnels with impunity and prepare the ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Our course will... of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Time is of the essence. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail to them naught if they are to cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may be still time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered. I'm surprised that quests like go in and out basically. It's going faster than I thought. Like most of the quests are just like go there, talk to this, quest done, go there, talk to this dude, quest done. The quests are going quite fast actually, I'm surprised. This is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. As Commander Levillieu be informed, the Braves must be made aware. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? It's but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Isard has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. Damn. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levillieux. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrance to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha, just as I suspected. Among this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Isard's lair. Summon the others, we are going in. A moment, Alfino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for the 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. Enjoying the story? Well, past A Realm Reborn is actually kind of like a bore. But I heard it's getting better with Heavensward. I heard like Heavensward is like one of like the best expansions. I'm kind of looking forward to that one. A Realm Reborn was good. Post A Realm Reborn is actually bad. But I hope it's getting better again. that's my rating so far. I take your point. If the tunnels is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Aymeric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Isard at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalymo will sulk. The entrance to the tunnel, madam, it's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Aymeric's order, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Would get me started with that one quest chain just to get in Heavensward. I don't know, I'm just hoping it gets better once we're done with this. I'm expecting good things after this. Hope it gets me again. This from Grand Blue Fantasy? Oh yeah, talk about Grand Blue Fantasy. Grand Blue Fantasy gets like the big expansion next month. We're gonna play it, by the way. Looks like we pulled too much, huh? Pulled too many. There's a Reborn behind. I think it's like the majority of people. Like I think like the majority of people actually like rates like a Reborn like the weakest. With Dawn Trail. Because in the end, like Reborn is like nothing to really like write anything about. Like it's just like. The story is kind of like whatever. Like the last bit is like a little bit interesting, but like the majority is just like kind of like all right. I have to say, like, I'm pretty surprised with how good like the side content is in this game. Like alliance raids, normal raids. Was it his Farron? I was like the only one that I know so far, so... I think it was still good. Shit, the music change. I heard about like the pain in like duty roulettes. That like most of the time you just like run the same dungeon over and over again in the roulette. Or like the same raids. I did a relic weapon that requires to have decently long roulettes and not speedrun ones. Ah, that's unfortunate. Oh, this happens when you don't destroy the bomb. Oh. I give an example alliance for Realm Reborn would give lesser ether. To do the level 100 alliance trade, get more ether. Oh. Varys on Ronin. Like I can't remember like when was like the last time I actually did the roulettes. Oh, it's like a few years ago actually. I haven't done any roulette since then. I don't care for leveling. Really, I play this game solely for the story. I don't care about like leveling or like getting like those books or whatever to like better gear. It's not really like the reason why I play this game. That's why I don't really care for roulettes. I also don't think I will ever like level another class than like the one that I'm playing right now. The music is so weird in this dungeon, man. What the fuck is this music? Oh my god, what the heck is a Yeti? Something with those snowballs, huh? Oh, okay. Oh. Hey, follow me. Hi. Getty butt action in the butt. It just makes it bigger, I guess. Oh, I'm getting double. Oh, I got the double damage. Okay, it's not gonna be more careful to where he makes them bigger. I'm not gonna stand exactly there. There we go. The Yeti is quite tanky, like, holy shit. Oh shit, I was too late. Leveling rate is not worth for leveling aside from daily bonus anyway, better off doing highest non-10 dungeon. Holy fuck, was that loud? Actually scared me, what the heck? That was loud. Dude, I kinda wanna say this is the contender right now for like the worst dungeon so far. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Why do you think so? I don't like the aesthetic of this. The music is a bore. I feel like too many enemies are like coming at like once you just kill an enemy, like kill an enemy group, then the next one comes in, you kill it, then the next one comes in, and you kill it when the next one comes in. Boss fights are also not like great, like not like any like interesting mechanics. At least not so far. I don't know like how the last boss is. Let's see. It's 1 AM, I should be sleeping, but I'm still side awake. Close your eyes, Nigel. This is how you sleep. Nah. Okay then. Get a break. No, don't. Oh, maybe it also has something to do with like we did like so many trials. Like maybe that's why like I find dungeons boring again, because we did so many trials, like back to back to back. Maybe that's also why. I don't know. Maybe be a reason. That would make me tired of trials, not dungeons. I think because like in dungeons like nothing's happening. Like trials are cool because just basically you go and fight the boss. I think that's why trials are cool, because just they go in and like fight a boss. That's probably why I like the solo dungeons called Delves and WoW. Oh shit, I'm on the other side. It's this one. I think, like, if I remember, like, I think the best dungeon was actually the mana, because I actually like the story around it. I think that was, like, the best dungeon. LB? I'm frozen.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Did Shiva? No, one mind. She was
yes,
talking.
I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
You think she used a ticket? Or did she pay the fee for it? For the teleport? Is that you, Nigel? What the fuck? That did longer than I expected. What news? The Isard is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she manages to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders if their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised. We may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Isal before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Menphilia and Orangi have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortorms, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back on Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Oh yeah, right, you can't like see the NPCs and stuff, like there's like no one. Oh. There you are. Antecedent, you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortorms. I trust your time there provide fruitful. Would that it had. Orangi and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortorms. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice. Most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Aymeric might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape, until the sap is confirmed that the tunnel saved the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Aymeric. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halon that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live alive in service of the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of man. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her fellow enemies, or her enemies. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scriptures tell us only so much. Or that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trade at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Isard's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shia was real, a living, breathing woman, of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being God King Mughal Mok XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mughal's god. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is it? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia, they have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Isard used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect the presence directly. Unless Isard has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on the teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Shalayan may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Earth is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, although it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you in case you were not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. Yuhu Hase can apprise you with the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in this investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. Back. There you are! Commander Livier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Ulder, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots. The crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danifan Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. There. Balls, my ankle is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danifan Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Hey! The Prime! The Prime! What the heck, man? It's being rude. Be so rude. By the way, the tracks lead southeast. What's up? Can you see my... Your what? Your Mina one? Sorry, what? Silent, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast and Yu Yu Hase. I think he went on east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Post ARR quest 80. Yeah, I saw like post ARR is like as big as like Heavensward and like any other expansions. It's like, insane. How embarrassing! I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice that they were doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone. So I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium, give the signal and wait, the merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Yeah, your nutsack, yeah. Your nutsack, Deprami. Gonna rip that off, man. I'm through with listening to excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with her then, if you think you will fare any better. No, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred, snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Oh hey, it's you. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Fancy meeting you here. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder. We came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Aisan. Were it not for the effort of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alfino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for the spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in his land to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead in the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is the most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Oh wait, it's not that dude. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the IV's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Dun, dun, dun. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretics we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know about Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired the information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary steps to detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including the flame stationed at Revenant's Hall. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the peculiars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that need did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of our shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Four Toms. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved, at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to rising of his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider, then, that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Rauban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Ulda was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Nether. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the flames. Ulda's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Reborn faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, they remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than Dan now I. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetaries ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simply self-preservation. Had Niall von Darner's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Reborn with any army. It is but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment their danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Domin allies are shattering several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good, pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, the second attend to the unrest, the third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipment. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emeric informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgarians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Jesus Christ, man. So much dialogue, holy fuck. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Isard, but until another path of a sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Infilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Den together. I mean, like, yeah, they have like a lot of like not common words that they use, which makes it sometimes a little bit difficult to read. Also, like the old English that they use, like ONG and stuff. BMP, okay. My thanks for coming. When you are ready to speak with the Conjurer yonder, she will show us to the Lotus Den. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Den. Will you be joining them now? Please be voiced, please be voiced, please be voiced. Please be voiced.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns
That's
in
F14?
Garlemald.
That's okay, I'm trying to speed through the last bit of like the post-game.
Who?
Who? He goes.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Ew, stop spitting, what the
Would
is
that
this?
the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Gross.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
Enjoy, Andrea. Enjoy your spaghetti.
But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leader can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Luminsans, for instance. Though Admiral Merwip outlawed piracy for over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gradanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldan scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Telegi Adelegi. Come up with that fucking name, man. Telegi Adelegi. Of course, but that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have a cause to be or not. On the basis, one could argue that the conflict at Carteneau is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end. All that remains is to corner our quarry, seek out Ilbert. Near the Adder's Nest, he will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Coerthas, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Well, thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Listen well, the spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Royale, Rauban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flame, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with the polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, bearing the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Reborn chose people based on their worth, whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Rauban attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Redania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Royale's guilt, but if we can't catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes? We become a stalker. Hell yeah. You have my thanks, let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. What the fuck is that? The fuck was that portal? I have that too? Royale is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. Oh, it's a Reaper skill. So Royale has entered the Carlin Canopy, meeting someone perchance, or could it be she means to board in ship? I look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there and she may have seen something. Femi is her name. I shall remain here in case Royale reappears. Such an unexpected pleasure, what brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Amazing. Nowhere to be seen, you say, and you're sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The Roost. How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Moontoy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace! You are a shinobi of Doma. And the woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Thank the 12s for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royale's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You will doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at the Sweet Bloom Pier. It's probably faster to go that way instead of like running up there. Yeah, that's probably faster. This way, my friends. The quarry makes for the Hawthorne hut. If Royale is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Gallian masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Gallians have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlon Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royale would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with the Imperial contact directly, yet as a well-known face in the Immortal Flame, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. 'Tis for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell, the Gallians have sent agents with a mind to destroy the device and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We only need make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Royale in the act. We can get her in the act. When people reported our quarry has departed from the bramble patch, the ivy returns to the gnolls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Gallian masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Just beyond, Royale is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Blame Marshal Elaine Royale, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Damnation. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the 12th one?
Hey, mother
When I last... Yo, Swag! Thank you so much for the raid! Hope you had a good stream! How's Pokemon doing? Or going? Are you already the very best, like no one ever was? Hey, yo, Swag. Hey, Underclock. Hi, welcome, welcome. When I last looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You wouldn't feign ignorance then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I have the most disgusting stall whimsicott ever. Oh fuck. I will offer you no struggle, after all I have naught to hide. Oha, she got something planned. I hope you're enjoying Pokemon. Even a warrior of Royale's renown could not have hoped to escape a force, despite her claims to surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present, if I may ask, what will you do now? Ah, no, man. So the Scions seek a way into the Ice Heart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe. So please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. I can't be bothered to learn another, like to train another class. I'm sorry. I can't be bothered. I wanna level another class. Shove your shinobi up your ass. My bastard's level 80. Welcome back, Anderson and Alfie now had a task for you. May I ask what it was? That's a secret. Charges of treason and espionage against Eileen Royale. I still can't with that name. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it awaits us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetherite in a depth of snow cloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctum of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the house for Tom's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall, but first we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be simple matter to tap into the established Ethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Orange, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Hall from Sharlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. They could probably just ask like Rainbolt, man. Rainbolt could probably get her whereabouts. Dude knows everything. Oh wait, I'm already here. Is this?
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
As Urianger, not
Moonbreeder is an
Orangey.
accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Let us return to the Rising Stones at once. Then we have much to discuss. Well, cool. Thanks, I guess. Moonbreeder.
It's been ages!
My god.
Oh, longer, sister!
The British is coming back. A moon!
A joyous reunion indeed. Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
The heck?
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all-too-innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, We have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Boom, boom. I've already informed Alfie now of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger it represents our only hope of success, he also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, and that I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. What? I have like a few more quests left. That's okay. Only like a few left. That's so special. I don't mind, like, I just want to be done with this one because this is such a bore. Oh, this whole ice thing is such a bore, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm kind of glad for like a few more quests. Good to see you. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Elaine Royale in Ulda even as we speak, but I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say the others are waiting for us at the Aetheroid. After you. There, it is ready. It worked, I think. We're tuning to the ether right now. Feel free, feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can for now. Let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Isa before she summons Shiva. I'm kind of hoping that like 2.5 will be good again, because like it's like the preparations, like the where it goes to Heavensward, right? I'm hoping that it will get more interesting again. Like it stops with those filler. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Aisa to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbreeder's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emeric. Madam, Sir Emeric regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read to you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knight who stands poised to defeat her. The warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Helon bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. This is not filler. Man, this is already setting up. Shit. Bro, this is such a bore. Oh no. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully 2.5 will be better. See how long this will take. Fishing log. Crafting log. I guess I did some leather work. Little bit of cloth craft. Sightseeing log. I haven't done anything. I think like this was the jumping puzzle. Hunting log. Guys. Jesus Christ. Oh damn. Challenge log. Complete 5 dungeons. Oh, is that it? Oh, so dailies and weeklies, huh? Oh, okay. Gathering log. Ayy. It's worth running at my world from a design in 2 days with no effort. Hey, it's cool. Collection mockpendium. What the fuck is that? Claim rewards. Cool. I guess. The compass. Audible archive. Whoa. Oh, that's the near stuff. Bound to speed. What is that? As like of the different fates I did, I guess, maybe. Oh, okay. Support. I have come.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Does she parry shots? Oh my god! Oh! Damn, she got ass. What thing? The thing always has her ass out. It's weird. It's... Oh. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I'm running. Oi. Why does it sound like an anime opening now? It does sound like an anime opening. Oh my god. Let's go fast. Yeah, it's good.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander a mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Right at 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive, why wouldn't you be? I said that what? And you certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see? No? Fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story and the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before then, you had best pay a visit to a Whitebrim Front and speak with Alfie now. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Bright vision? Oh, no reason. See you again. What the fuck? Davok. And wonder if she hears my call. Here. There she is, and none of the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory. If you would be so kind.
In.
Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration, and one which we would have her to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Aymeric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. What the heck? Plenty. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Aesat's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days or weeks, moons or even years, my nines will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillamont is The caravan ready. The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House for Tom's caravan. There's the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment. Yes, scarcely a fraction of that which was promised. But a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Oh, on an unrelated note, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Isard. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. A man give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. What were you thinking, wagering your very being is a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Isard's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete the ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat by the fury. This is the stuff of ballads, a battle of the ages, or that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emeric wished to have words with you and Master Alfino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Greetings, madam. Jo, let me in. Let me in.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled.
Wait, he changed voice actors already?
The decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment.
Alfino still has this, like, I want to punch him in the face voice.
This unprecedented crisis and its resolution
Sorry, nothing against the voice actor, by the way. It's just like the way he talks.
You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Right. I feel like I know her voice.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Okay, never mind, I don't. I just looked it up. I don't know any characters that she speaks.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach of combating it. Moreover, the grave ramifications of word of the incident reaches Imperial ears. The Gallian Empire believes the primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to its very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primates, but the civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, it is better that we continue this conversation, Morgana. Oh, Morgana. The RR voice. Do you mean like that? The character just like spoke well, like said like I know that voice? I just looked her up. Like I have no idea like what those characters are that she speaks or that she voices. Or is that site not up to date? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so that person speaks Lucia at Heavensward. Okay, Heavensward upwards she speaks that. Okay, so the person, okay. All right, so that's why I know that voice. Okay, so it is actually her. I was like, damn. All right, okay, that makes more sense then.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I will discover the annals for knowledge of Midgard Summer. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear the commotion outside? Would you see if aught is amiss? Tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Rael has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. Displaying she received inside help. Citizen reports seeing Rael quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum. I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, with recourse she has but to flee to her imperial masters. Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Rael's heat. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog to join the hunt. Bye bye, Tavi! Get some food! Thanks for coming, Sion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Rael walked through the camp not a bell ago. She walked right through. You did not miss her. We have Roban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. So here we are. Rael must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. This wretch was with Ryle. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. He didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming, no loyalty even to her own, the goddamned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Also the story is a bit schizo, back and forth between 4 different storylines all the time. Like, I'm glad they figured it out, like, later on. It's still interesting to see, like, how it, like, started and, like, kind of like what can you say it's a mistake? I don't know. I'm pretty sure, like, they could, like, remake the Reborn story into, like, a better experience, actually. With, like, the knowledge that they have now of, like, making so many expansions. There's only so much they can do, I guess. Wow, really? think it's just best if I do them like on very easy again. Fuck that shit. Stop healing me. That's a very might actually. Like, look, he's already like half HP again. It is so stationary, it doesn't move at all. Oh my god, I swear to god. There we go. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, man. It had pure cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you have fallen so low. What would you know of low, you a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want? People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others. You know naught of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine, if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Reborn himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion, yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and it is true that we both had our fair share of struggles, but whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk, you will return to Ulda to face justice and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Reborn chose his. It was like thundering here as well yesterday.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Reborn. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little sultana to the last.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Rauban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Suns in the Praisement Filia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the antecedent held Royal in high regard. For better or for worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Thank God it's the last quest. Holy shit. Thank God it is the last one for this patch.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Reborn, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, It would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auricite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
Jesus Christ, Moonbreeder has like thighs for days, man. What the fuck are
Finding
those?
a way to create the blade whenever
Jesus
and wherever
Christ.
we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auricite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Yes, we're done. Oh my god. AO flaws. Hopefully last part will be better now. God, I saw.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling. and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived.
I'm guessing Ida's pretty popular.
To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varys Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her.
We throw Alfie down a well, please. Yes, please.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one.
I'll second that.
Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them?
It's not Royale, it's
Rafu. Who take from this land and give naught in return. Who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve.
I thought this was Royale or something, like something French, but not Rafu.
I know you can hear me, monetarist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. One day I will purge this land of your sickness. Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Oh, fuck.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace.
Damn, that food looks so plasticky, man. Holy shit.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Oh my
Ever since you proposed the
god!
Cartano Reclamation Bill,
It looks like
Kalechi
plastic!
Everlogi has risen to greater prominence
What
upon the
is that?
backs of impoverished refugees.
Jesus Christ.
The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs.
The cupcake looks
Yet now
okay,
is not
the
the
rest
time
just
to be
what the fuck
bickering
happened
among
there?
ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents.
Because it would be fine if they would
This
just
would
remove
serve
the
to
glare on
exacerbate
it.
the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor,
The
natives
strawberry
or
cake looks
refugees,
fine.
all who reside in Uldar have
Stop
a
whatever
right to
the fuck
pursue
it's that
happiness.
next to it.
It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right.
I don't think it should have that glare.
If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Uldar whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Uldar.
The true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the
Dude,
people.
the cupcakes
but in
and the
sooth they
strawberry
desire only
cake
to
actually looks
manipulate them
really
for their
good.
own
What the heck?
selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be
They
formed
look so out
the
of
people.
place. They look so
For
good that they
Uldar
feel
to
like they're out
move
of place.
forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
Holy shit, dude.
What the fuck? Forgive me for casting aside
cake,
all that
man.
you have toiled for
God
in my
damn.
name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Alright, last story patch. We're on the finishing line. I am most eager to address the ASEAN threat, however we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems, however we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. She in particular is ever a steadying hand who I trust will continue to support the Braves. What do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of the highest ranking officers was a Gallian agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Rauban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast to the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth, and so for the foreseeable future I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah unless you have an objection. None whatsoever, we have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeder's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. While we focus on the task, mayhap you could assist Alfie now and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in the ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Ryle's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish to keep secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah's riots. Then you are When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Pleasure as always. You'll be escorting the commander to Ulda, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit? Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into a source of the weapons what found their ways into refugees' hands a ways back. So happens we caught wind of something promising, a rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to her on it. Generous fellow, he was doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you? Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at High Bridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ulda. I expect good tidings. Always raining. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequences, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Levillieux needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape with me. on it. Found the entrance. Oh, guess fate. I was friend slop before friend slop. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my man and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let's be off. Good luck, my friend. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should have never come here. You can float with the umbrella? Was it like to double jump or what? Oh, would be cool. Oh. I don't understand. What's this all about? Stop farting in it. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew his hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levilliers will be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the client, though, we know not how they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party in dusk white sellswords. We suspect maybe them. With that, we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking. Oh god, I can't read today. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Can't read today. I will join the first in the hunt for the dusk white sellswords. If the gods are good, then we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ulda in my stead, and trust them to the thirds, Yoyohase. He will take care of the rest. Ah, the Warrior of Light. Ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Quarthus. Now, what brings you to us this day? I go douche. Look. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, I will have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Ryle stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly Ryle is unfamiliar with the ways of older merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that this information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. That's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting. If I have anything to say about it, our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need for us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing plant. Time for the 4th to enter Keybay. Fight well, Elaine. For the freedom of all. Hey, Timmy! Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution until we meet again. A word, if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Berlin Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These dusk whites, they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself. Not before the fighting started, and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty owe that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurance that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Cause these days the money flows like water and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend, I have lots on me mind these days and I appreciate ye lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able. Thank you for coming so quickly. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you, a most determined lady by all indications. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Who could it be?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
With me?
I believe the two of you have met.
I know you.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
So weird, right? It's...
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Enough, like, I still like... I still like see like Mitsuru from Persona 3 talking there. Because like it's just the same manner that she speaks that character as well. Like, forgive me if I stayed awed with... Forgive me if I stayed awed, which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Oriange stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius from Belzar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought this victory was a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally to Eorzea's aid that day, Midgard Soma, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Gallian airship overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of the Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging in the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the keeper of the lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend, we know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Does that mean it's dungeon or trial time? Dungeon time. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Reverend Tall about the Gallians. Of late, I have seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the keeper of the lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they are desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then? The Ishgardian honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurance they want, you have no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creature which inhabit the wreckage and the aforementioned Gallians who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I would advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. It's just black. It's just black. Otherwise would have said like 3 people unsync. Actually, can you solo dungeons in this game? Anything so is possible, okay. Look under your feet in game. I don't think you can. Under my feet. Oh, it's geeky. It is budget Vivi. Mom, I want a Vivi plush, but we got Vivi at home. Vivi at home. We don't need to like run with like those minimum item level, right? We just kind of go through it faster. So I don't see like a point like doing like minimum item level. It just like drags the dungeon out like unnecessarily long. That's what I noticed. When I have like 3-4 mechanics and you just like go them over and over and over and over again because you like do no damage. That's where the fun starts. I did extremes back in my day. I don't want to do that again. Like, I'm not that sweaty anymore. I am not that sweaty anymore to do extreme trials and stuff. It was fun back then, but I can't see like doing them anymore. I really can't I can't see myself doing those anymore. Jesus Christ. Your res. Why is the bird called Einhänder? Heck. Oh, as a Gatling gun, never mind. I see why, as a Gatling gun. Only saw it from the top and was like, wait, what is so special about this one? Oh, it looks like a fucking bird. I don't see that as a dragon. It has feathers. Right? Those are feathers. It can't be a dragon. They're feathered dragons? What the fuck? So technically, you can be into dragons, but not be a scaly. You just be into feather dragons, which doesn't make you a scaly in the end. Oh, good. Where's your logic here? If scaly, if scales on an animal make you a scaly, but a dragon has usually scales, which should make you a scaly. But if a dragon doesn't have scales, it doesn't make you a scaly, right? It does you. What is like the feathered version? A feathery? Does that make you a feathery? What? I don't like the alarm, man. Wing. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, thank God. Alright. Turn that shit off. And I've insect wings. I thought I was only like a Digimon thing. What the fuck do... You think it's over? It is. Ooh. Oh my god, a dragon! I swear to god, if we fight another machine, man. Has to be another machine, right?
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Ah, this is still a realm reborn, Rez.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
I think we're about 80 hours in and I'm still in the realm reborn. My plan is to finish like the Realm Reborn today, so like next week we can start with Heaven's Sword. There's more coming down, what the heck? Nice. Is like to shed tank busters? Huh? Sorry, what? I like to shit what? What shit in my inventory?
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal.
Oh my god, the sun in the back.
I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
I would imagine it's like a whole like schizo moment. Like nothing is actually happening, it's all just in our head.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
A pet? My pet? What is this?
The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
You may summon a Midgard by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide on a character. What is it, dude? Is he ugly? Fuck, is he ugly? I was beginning to feel the worst by those explosions I saw. But you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alfie now left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Race 12 did. You are hail and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You have completed your investigation of the keepers of the Keep of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. You converse with Midgard Summer. I swear, were anyone else too much... I can't read today, man. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? There's a resurrection and more... Today is not a good day to play those games. Less resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Summer in its entirety. We even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk, lest we forget men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is this something you're not telling us? You seem different somehow. It's almost as if you are missing something. Something important. 12 for Fend. Midgard Summer stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It's a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Summer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Fall states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the great worm. Orthic and Nemea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Summer ever watched over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Ego schön, hoi hoi.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ashgardians have warred with the Dravanian for centuries, nay, nearly 1000 years. In all that time, not once have the enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ashgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard's summer who roared, a call to army by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Yeah, I forget, I believe Moonbreeder has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform that our business with the Ashgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be long once I've completed my communication with the Crystal Braves. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let us head into the Solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know.
PowerPoint again.
An Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Y'shtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Those cutscenes are starting to get like very long now, huh? Where we're getting to the where we're getting to the area of long cutscenes. It would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us the rest of recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the science. Wilred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to Northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamen travelled to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the science cause. Ayo blank, hoi hoi. If past events have taught us anything, then we must know that the Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Esilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah, woe betide the black guard that so much as glares in your direction, milady. What is he doing? I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way then? Yeah, like today is not a good day to play like those games. I feel like I just want to like end this part of the story and then maybe do patch 2.5 another day. I think today is not a good day for reading, it seems. I'm struggling. With them there. Commander Levilieu sent word that you would be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I have learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand, the Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Rauban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. Hey of Henry, hey hoi. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcoming tidings. Welcome tidings. It's not like that I'm tired, it's just like I have like those days where I just like can't read really. I'm like... I'm doing too many like mistakes while reading. I have like those days. I don't know why. Lieutenant, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. With that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design no less. By my order, the Flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movement of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in numbers to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have of course also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They have decided to take to the field to meet this assault head on. I have apprised your fellow Scions of the situation and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alian and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offensive. Glad to have you with us. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum. Their main column assembled to the north near Dalamut's Talents, but we have also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit a battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ulda, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plan's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise cause, indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. Why is hydrate 1k? Because you kept spamming it! That's why. If there are no objections, the Scion shall join the 4th and give battle to this main column. You're with the 3rd then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scout should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. You! Question, is somewhere written how you pronounce his name? Is it like the Japanese name with like Yuyuhase, or is it Yuyuhase? Bro, his name is Yuyuhase Luluhase. What the fuck is that? Yuyuhase Luluhase. Alright. Wait, that's not where I need to go. Wait a second. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road on Greater Coin. Now, this detached force we have been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine we will need to split ourselves as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you are an army unto yourself, I have assigned you as your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We will rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting. Damn. Yo, say go! You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that Jesus Christ, man. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Galleons won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Aliane know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Yeah, let's just finish this patch. We will probably do more FF tomorrow, I guess. Maybe tomorrow is better again. I think this is also like the last thing where we can actually play together. I think the last quests are basically just normal quests. Like there's like no more dungeons, no more trials. What news of the Galileans? Their raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amalgina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. Yeah, let's finish up like patch 2.4 and then we will do patch 2.5 tomorrow. What's the question, Fenrir? You will just throw something at me again, I already know it. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Aliane has reported a sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thunderland is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sword such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Oh, next is 2.55, okay. Yeah, I think like 2.55 has like 16 quests, and then I'm basically done with the Reborn.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
How many quests have you done?
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend.
This is quest number 224.
It's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it.
Yeah, this is quest 224 out of 992 quests.
So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether. Which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
What the fuck?
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nobrialis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Well, let's go back then. You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in a solar, isn't it? Quickly now. It's gone.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
No! Damn.
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Yep, bye-bye.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
The Chrysalis. Das war's. The more suffering for you? That one DPS was already like in queue for like an hour and now he went to the toilet. He missed it. He was already in the queue for an hour, that poor guy. Damn, kinky. as Kingdom Hearts R plays, Kingdom Hearts R boss. Okay. We're popping his balls again? Is that what we're doing? Okay. Nice. keeps running, man. Easy. Someone tanks LB before you get sucked into the void. Going to work for me. I'll be back later. Good luck. Good luck, Flush. Thanks for joining.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
Okay, Flush. Check it out
There
later.
will be no next time. This is the end.
Look at this.
What trickery is this? No, no, you cannot. No.
No.
Use Tup Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
Wow.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand.
She's sacrificing
now
herself now?
the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger.
Oh, nah.
You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
Rip thigh mama.
You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
Edge.
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Ooh, let's see what Urianger has to say about that.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
Thank you so much for choosing me for your Prime sub.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Aww. Oh yeah, Blanca, I finished the story. Like, I have not the maxed out character, but I finished the story. So I'm ready for the DLC. Never have I seen Ori and Jay so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with this stone? It is a monument found at Rutherfrost. Rutherfrost? And is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Wraithifrost? Oh, Rayfrost. Good mow the lawn. Good luck. Good luck with mowing the lawn. I think like Moonbreeder didn't get enough time to actually feel like sad for her. Moonbreeder is like a character that came in way too late, I think, and like died way too fast. Way too fast off again.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Oh wait, can I? Yeah. I can adapt with it. It's only when I have like the map out I can. Oh, it's probably like the pet. It's the hitbox of the pet, I think. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but a little. Forgive me, as antecedent 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree? Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many, Louisoir, Moonbreeder, our fellows at the Waking Sands. The spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. This for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of my own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, there's no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Aww. A victory won, a comrade lost, to honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of a new day. Is it like Warrior of Light X Minfilia art or something? There's like something going on here. A Warrior of Light X Minfilia? Is that ship a thing? There's plenty, okay. Doesn't surprise me actually. This does not surprise me at all. With all science, oh my god. He's whoring herself. Ready for the last stretch of quests. Let's see what you got. Have you a moment? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeder's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Ida! Every time I hear Ida, I'm thinking of Jesus in my Tomodachi world. Ida! My child! Hey! Two! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So, I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much, I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy at Rayfrost. Will only hear about her while doing relic quests. How would that even be like with relic quests? Because like I would have probably... Reaper doesn't have a relic quest, right? But it's also like every class has its own relic quest, right? It's not like it's like the same story with different classes. It's just always a different story, right? How? I mean, like, if that's the case, could probably do the relic weapon with, like, a class. Or something that's not Reaper. Not Reaper? And a Bard. Because with Bard I already have it started. Somewhere, like, in the midst of it. I should be done off-stream. Okay, if it's like an off-stream thing, then I don't care. I don't care. Cause like I feel like I saw like a video of like a dude speed running the relic weapon. It took him like 8 hours. But the name of the dude? I have no idea the name of that guy. I don't pay attention to names. Relic is pure grind. Okay, well, we not do that then. It's not like I need a relic weapon or anything. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch Trinket to train. They've got you running errands now. Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you would best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The Moon Daisy, was it? Here then, take it, and tell that Ida lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. But no, she needs to. Walkers just have 1,500 tomes every step. In my tomes. I don't know how many tomes I have. $965. Is where Hans come in? I don't care too much about that. Honest. I think I will get enough tomes from doing like the dungeons and stuff. Where the fuck am I even going? I'll get enough tomes from just like doing like the storm Shadow Walker, Endwalker, Shadow Your Mom. I forgot how the expansions are called. I think I will get enough tomes from doing those dungeons there, right? I actually forgot how the expansions are called. What was it? Endwalker? Shadowbringer, right? Stormblood. Something like that. It's Stadia related to something I don't want to do. Like I said, like I don't want to do anything other than like story. I have zero interest in like doing anything else in this game. And it's like if I have to like do roulettes and whatever, then I probably don't want to do it. Ravenna can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it's again. And then again. And then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moonbreeder love these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
The dragons are coming.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
I'm still quite happy that I did PvP back then. I really like the gloves, like those tattoo gloves. Yeah, no, I was tryharding in PvP back then. I was actually tryharding. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeder's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Ayla's recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Coerthas will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanian? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon after. Sir Amaric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced onto retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own, too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanian renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, milady. It is reinforcements you seek then? We do, though it pricks our pride. It is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Amaric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Coerthas at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ulda must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must take another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Will you consent to plead our case to the leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more, considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance. I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well, I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emeric's authority in this matter and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you regardless of your fellows' involvement. You faced Midgard Summer and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. It would seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive. Oh, it's Sir again. Ice Heart.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Come, and they came. All of them. Even the dragons. Actually, we need to like check something, because Blank said earlier that Grand Blue Fantasy is getting the DLC. When is that? Let's see. Hey Ogrim, hi. Okay, it's in July. Perfect. Because Gothic 1 is coming out next month. So we got time. We can play Gothic in June and Grand Blue in July. Perfect. Yes. I don't know. What is it? It seems I was the swifter. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. I have no idea what Hombo is. What is that? Oh, it's Heroes of Might and Magic. Oh. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? I heard it's good. I heard people like it, and the devs are like very good because they listen to community feedback a lot. I heard it's really good. People like it. See, like, I need to actually get into Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Maybe that's something we can do on the weekend. If I can't find something, I'm gonna try Heroes of Might and Magic 3. That may be cool. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment, and the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical walls, if our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. I do think that this new might be easy to get into, probably, hopefully. Yeah, but it's also more expensive. To be honest, like, I only got Might and Magic 3 because it was on sale on GOG for like €2. I'm like, you know what? I think €2 is okay to like get the game and try it out. I think I gave for €2, like, goddamn, so cheap. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Mother. It would seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies, we chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits us. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horsfart will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. can't jump on the table? I thank you for coming with such haste and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Isard and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alfina, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Oh my god, yet he's so edgy, what the fuck, oh my god. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title though, I confess. I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. Jumping, that's the only thing they do. They are formidable warriors, yet among such masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design and confess by the heretics taken captive after the assault of the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms, his name features prominently in our nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Coerthas since Ishgard's founding. Many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depth of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But thought-stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights should labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They, who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years of him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses, and now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature then? Of that we cannot be certain, though we know the heretics covet the eye. We have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protection. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanian are not like to leave untested. So it would seem you have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has needs of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected, unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake. However, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Orsian Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Coerthas would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Coerthas. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona, 7 elves. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Surprise Pikachu face. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danithan's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor would at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect the softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The day ahead promised to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Wait, his voice changed? Right, speak! Speak, dude, speak!
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Is that still the same voice?
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
Right, I think Geshtola's voice is new.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
I don't hear a difference, to be honest.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go.
Watch Five Nights at Freddy's. That's always a good watch.
The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
What the heck? What the heck, Wololo? I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. This small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of your own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Guerthas. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slavborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Nah, you're still fighting for Lola. Vololo. You are still fighting for Lola. We are rather close to Goethes, aren't we? We would best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go. 101 things to discuss with Slavborn. It is what it is, Wololo. It is what it is. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Goethes, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers of the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Hall. I dare say there are a few stout souls that about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Canvas got hacked, so I wasn't able to take my... Canvas got hacked? Some of your students hacked it or what? Because they didn't want to write it or what? The fuck? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I have survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Dude. Ishgard sounds like she's in the right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk about. I need ye to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the 4th that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since, have ye? Hey Okaha! Hi hi! God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, damn black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ulda. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and this steady pay. I don't like how he talks, man. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being the guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves number not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilrin. Any road, you've got a war to wage, so I'll let ye get on. I just thought someone should know I'll be seeing ye. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with the rewards. Ah, but I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? What to do? Sell me blades to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I would slay me fair share if the coin was good. I worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I would put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Volunteer my service in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I looked up the mantle. I took up the mantle of the adventurer in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Oh yeah, sorry, Vololo is here now, Ryan. To keep Vololo's attention, we have to to keep Vololo's attention to the stream. This is how we have to like play now. There you are. So, did you sway any hearts? 1 or 2, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slavborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I would say one Revenant Soul veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alfino. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Ulder to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you would best make your way to Ulder or you'll be late. Alfino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Wait, they really didn't want you to take the exam? For what? The heck? My apologies for calling you away from your task. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Oh, okay. Yeah, that kinda sucks, what the fuck?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard.
Fine, let me quickly open that on this side.
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck? 280 million?
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Yeah, holy shit, dude, 280 million. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horsford and Sir Aymeric this fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as the Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault is begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanians' horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Mark Lane at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. I need to change again. This is like the glamour we use for side stuff. Ass out is not an option all the time. Oh shit, I can't do that here. Well, fuck. Okay, we're gonna keep that for now. Should have changed that. Yeah, we'll do it after. We'll do it after. Forgot you can only do this like in cities. You are the appointed captain of the Sellsword contingent. Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying position across the Central Highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks. And for the present, I would have you join them. This is of course merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The Wily Serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain one step of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishes are slain. Oh, I'm gonna go there. Oh, just any Aetheryte works, okay. I could technically go here, right? Because there's a settlement. We'll be able to change it there. Aha. Okay, so settlements do not work, so it's only Aetherytes. Oh, I don't have to talk to you at all. Oh. Mm-hmm. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly heights. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Nah, I'm good, Nappy, I'm good. I don't want it. Yeah, you commit yourself to the siege. You should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation of the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Aeless, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost wall. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? The science of the 7th dawn. We could not well stand idly by while the horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Luassois has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rare group. Brian, if dragons should reach us, we will be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the horde. Three short, easy questions left. I think you can do it. If you say it's easy, go ahead then. Prove it. remember this one. But not as like a solo instance. Oh, I say not easy.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
Ah, they are easy for you. I believe they are easy.
Ether, to me!
Not attacking from behind.
No holding back!
This one'll sting.
I have to run again.
Know your folly.
Save me. Where's my limit break? The dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain, the Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will state my lands. And he jumps. The dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Almost! Almost, Rosie, almost. Commander Le Villiers, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all of the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet Aenon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. I like change my glamour now. I need some pants again. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friends, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, will allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ulder and reassign those braves whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned the rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Hall and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Boop, 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 boop. Only a few quests left. We're getting there. Soon. Welcome back. Alfino sent word of the siege and of course of the role you played. Your deeds never cease to amaze me. Thank you. You must be weary, and now may very well be your only chance to... Nope, not happening. Antecedent! A message from Ulda arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal, curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ulda in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for the earnest attempts to arouse the city-states. Truly I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refuse to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies to or sell swords. Many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of our triumph? But maybe they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbreeder, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse, but I suppose we must pay away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attended. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Satoru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Would aught be amiss? Alright, we need to change pants. The butt is out. That looks much better. The one without the pants? I found on the internet. Like the glamour, but I was like, yeah, that doesn't look right. I was like looking for some pants and I found like those pants that I have here. Oh, I still kept the other one. You know why. We're gonna have a good thumbnail with that one. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. And I kinda like the pants. I think the pants they fit the rest of the outfit. Tataru, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Where is she? Oh, up there. Ah, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Thank you for lurking, Rosie. Appreciate it. Well, it's nothing exactly, but feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, and I'm glad we had this little chat. I didn't even say anything. Yes, Satoru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but she made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand if you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest, but I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Colton have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors, and so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others more importantly. When I return I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Ta-ta! Oh, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tatteru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask me? Ah yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid or at least one more guard. Therefore I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with the replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. Request at the same time? The power to defend oneself. Tatara has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Orianji mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. Interesting that there are like two quests at the same time now. Well, not at the same time, but I can choose which one I want to do first. What's going on here? I like a cool getup. Summoner. What the fuck is this, man? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, man? He got it out, dude. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? A stripper? So how you make money in this game? It's down. Shh, Andrea, shh. Shh. That's different. That's different. What are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry, and that's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now at Mistress... What's her name? Behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Thubirgaim, I guess. Thubirgaim. Yes, how may I assist you? So you are acquainted with our newest member. Ugh. Mayhap you have already noticed, but I fear young Tataru's potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and goes now to undertake her first trial. A simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me. Why not assist Tataru with her training, given your relationship with the girl and your growing understanding of Arcanema? You may prove a great help to her. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. You certainly prefer aura cheeks. Vololo prefers bunny cheeks. Especially Lola bunnies. Incoming Lola Bunny TTS in 3, 2, 1. Don't. I swear to God, don't. Don't. I don't want to hear anything about poop, man. Just don't. No, Vololo. Oh no.
Wololo 3 asked me, serve Mizuz a meal. Oh, honey. Mizuz doesn't need a meal when they could have me. I'd serve them up a feast of this fine bunny ass, all juicy and ready for a good munching. Would you fuck this rabbit, Mizuz? More poop? I got plenty for you to snack on.
That is fucking gross, man. What the fuck? I am on public. Well, play Bololo for that one. What the fuck? Dude, I wish I could use the TTS, but I can't spend bits on my own channel, so I basically can't use the TTS. Otherwise, I would go back to Vololo for it. But I can't. I'm not allowed. I literally can't spend bits on my own channel. It is such a fucked up thing. Nice singing. Are those crates I spy? And this must be the true tents, but we are ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Carbuncle doesn't want it. Oh, come back, Carbuncle, come back. So I'm guessing this is like the canon one or one that they kept? I should have known you would come. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of the wild beasts. I must accept the truth, I will never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thupagaim, whatever, of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Akanema. Like so much else is beyond me. Aww. Back so soon. How fat our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, mistress. Abysmally, as she will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Ataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Academia. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in the service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, mistress. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your word to heart and try not to be discouraged. Ta-ta! As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful, to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Actually means that she is the most powerful arcanist in the entire realm. She summoned Carbuncle that was sentient and is able to keep itself alive without the caster's need. Uh-huh. So when, like, usually if, like, let's say, like, the Carbuncle would run away, it would disappear because it's too far away from the summoner. Because of, like, the magic that the summoner has not, like, great enough. There's so many of them here, what the heck? Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of the year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Oh, they're doing this feint. What fortune! I have already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. You know what? I'll quickly help. There's like some bonus coins or seals that I'm getting right. Damn! Well fought, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flammen waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We are to secure provisions for the signs in Lominsan markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather finer, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Bro. Look at that fucking thingy. I need to get rid of the Midgard Summer pet. Annoying that is. Always in the way. Welcome home. I gather you found Tattoo and Limsa Leminsa? It sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our invitation or intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Harry Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at the present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault, I thank you. Now it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Harry Boulder and Coltonen were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength. Harry Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Ah, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Cortinen? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by arms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate location to take his readings. In spirit! In spirit! We shall be together every step of the way. What's wrong with this dude? It's Harry Boulder. At last, the science woman deigned to grace me with a presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isom Ha. Come, we are late enough as it is. This location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not to explain that my work can suffer no interruptions, and please stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome, though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Brother, shut the fuck up. Don't be such a diva, man. Right about here. Yes, as before I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. But quietly. Because I need to concentrate. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come at no surprise. I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air here. But let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil, I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. Bro is sniffing me out. You choose to paddle in the Icar while longer, take it, no matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far more conclusive. We must take additional measurements and confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Found. The ambient ether concentration there is so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be more easy to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering, that was rhetorical. Now, come along. The least among us? Oh shit. Oh, hell no. Hey, what the heck? Oh, I can't go this way. You should be more familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Can't wait that the filler ends. Only 5 more quests left. Let's go. Yes, yes, quite high. It's still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. Something else. Zion, come here. I need you. Oh shit! Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. It's Harry Boulder! There you are. Harry and I worried when you and your charge failed to return to the appointed hour. Is he dead? Is Ilbert gone? That's Ilbert, right? Got it like a dog, but not by one. No, these wounds were made with a blade. It doesn't look like he put much for a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had was Vilred? What should we do? We will see to the Scholar's protection. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. You returned and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Vilred dead, mayhap murdered by the 12th. How can that be? I will send word to Alfie now at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Vilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? Dun, 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 dun. The recent events weigh heavily on our minds. You must needs set them aside for now. Can I take a break, please? You promised me break. You promised me rest, woman. We have come to a defining moment in the Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. The first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mask the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanian and Ascians both against desperate odds. We have fought and won, but the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbreeder. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all our allies will be in attendance, so it is our duty to present a united front that might serve as a beacon of hope of all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ulda, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. After the big soiree, raise a glass for me, eh? Oh no, you don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? By the navigator, Wilred's dead. Gods damn it. They must know they have been rumbled. I mean, sodded. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had a dig around and at the quiet, and sure enough I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made this way into the Braves, covers courtesy of a Dodo Consortium, a daft name for a business if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something went right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid, bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give that bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are, short of calling one of his business the bloody bribery consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contribution. The gods only know how many men or the first and third are taken. Telegi's coin, but now we know, as some of them are, I would wager me right eye, they are the ones what did for Wilred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Going to attract attention. He should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God damn me. No, I'm not. It's like the last like 4 quests. I'm like pushing myself through this. I'm pushing myself through this. Soon. Still, I don't see what Teleji hopes to accomplish. He hit his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissin in the wind. No, he is cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we will ever repay his debtor blood. We will purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. And mind yourself when you're an older, eh? We're heading into a storm, I can smell it. The kind what will sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Soon, we're soon done. Oh my god. Hey Sapphires, hi. We're waiting for you. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introduction together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. We'll go on ahead. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi and let her know that I will call upon her Einen. I really want to see like what is the setup for the expansion? Like I'm so curious to how the expansion will start. Because if this is all set up, like it feels like the biggest filler I've played so far. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're a friend with a crystal brave by the name of Eliane, aren't you? Former adventurer. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched the food too. Under other circumstances I would have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. I remember watching the Astronaut Project. Was it good? I actually never heard of it. You like the movie? What is it about? Like, I'm guessing like it's space? I need to get rid of Midgard Summer. Fuck that. Fuck that dude. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander. And all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon but see no sign of Eliane. Deprimi. I like this one. This one is cute. Training your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of a kickern and the buzzing of surfits, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial laying at your feet. Is that you? What brings you this way? Lieutenant Eliane? Why, no, I haven't seen her. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed the spot a dozen times. We're on patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. I pray return to Ulda. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. Ah, he is sus. He is sassy.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
What do you mean it begins? The heck? I can't say. I'm guessing like the bomb drops at the feast. Like literally. I reckoned you head straight to the feast after meeting with Eliane. What's the matter? No appetite? Found this. So she wasn't there, but this was, huh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's vial, but beyond that I can't say. It might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping though. Any road, no use in worrying about Eliane. I'm sure she will turn up before too long, and when she does, we will soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Would you believe that? While you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less, seems her grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go. An hour?
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Well, let's see.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
Okay, if you say it's gonna take an hour, I'll quickly go to the toilet then. Eat bread. I'm German, you know. But I eat my bread. Yeah, just bread, just plain bread, yeah. Thank you for coming. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you're ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes and entirely. Okay. Let's go. Final Fantasy, A Realm Reborn, the movie.
Enter. Your Grace. Your guest has arrived. Pray, come in, and take your ease.
"'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde."
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words, after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. "'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that
Final Fantasy
Eorzea
14,
shall
the
once
Reborn.
more be as one.
Suck. The fuck? He's getting ready to suck. What the fuck?
Very well.
Oh, okay.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You're having bread.
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
She poisoning us? Is she evil?
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Oh.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Reborn, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me? I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Oh. Oh, she's getting killed! Holy shit! I thought she's going to kill us! Holy shit. Ah, it's him!
Your Grace!
Leggy, you fuck.
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Bro, we both know that was you.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Yeah, fuck that allergy, dude.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
What the fuck?
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away!
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Yes, I did, Tavi. I did a lot. Even on stream.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Oh, she yoinked it, right?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You
she put
stand
it in his
accused of
pocket.
committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Everything is going downhill for them, huh?
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
You have to! Better pass as well. Whoa, 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 hey.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
Oh my god, that's a fucking... Oh my god.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Okay.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Oh my god, dude, I want to kill him so badly.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Let's go! You deserve. Let's fucking go.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them! You've been in league with the Scions all along!
You're next.
Let's go, Roman! Yes! No!
Oh, Reborn! 7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
Take the Scions into custody. Oh my god. Fucking kill him
and
as well,
arrest
please.
this traitor as well.
Just fucking kill him as well, man. Rayoreg.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Reborn. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
Oh my god, that grin as well.
You die!
Holy shit.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
No fucking way, is he dying as well there?
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornanimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Yo, what's happening? There's so much happening, like holy shit.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
No, Ida, no!
By yourself?
No. Are we like losing like one after another?
I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Oh yeah, you can go. Like no one cares about you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
No, for real though, please don't. Like, please don't.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Oh my god. him. Kill him.
Now look what you've done.
Oh shit.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
I love how they're just like standing there not doing anything.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalymo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Oh shit. But they will do it, right? They will survive.
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Let's go!
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Bro, is actually everyone going to die here, one after the next?
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
What the fuck?
My friends.
Well, you better look for new fucking scions. They're all gone.
Leave us!
Oh, I like them anyway. True. Actually true, yeah. You're right.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Wait, what class is she? Wait, she was a white mage, right? Conjurer base, okay. Ooh, he took an arrow to the knee.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
There goes his adventurer days, because he took an arrow to the knee.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Minfilia.
Actually dying? What? What? No, why do they die? Can I like no one would actually mind if Alfie now dies. Just saying. Everyone wishes that Alfie now dies instead.
She speaks to me. No. I must remain behind.
Oh my god.
You cannot stay with me.
What the fuck?
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm.
So the Scions are no more.
As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness.
Oh my god. Everyone is going to die, really.
'Tis the only way.
We're forever alone again. I don't know. I don't want to count Alfie now, though. So we are alone again. Oh no, there he is. Oh no, just stay away, man.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend.
No, I don't.
What of the others?
I am not glad at all to see you, man.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later.
Who the fuck are you?
For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
Some mumps? Put some mumps.
Well, would you look who it is?
Hey!
I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
He still remembers me.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
Do you want to stay longer there, or like wanna get on the ship? Like, that's a nice shot as well.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were! Aye, and judging by them
Alfie is slouching so bad, like holy fuck, man.
Not a moment too soon.
Bro, he's slouching so bad, like fucking shrimp position.
Must have been fake if we happened to find you there, though, eh?
Like actual shrimp position.
I had thought to look after Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Yeah, who are you?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar.
Pippin who?
Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Aldin's lad?
Oh.
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end...
Robert never said it. He had adopted the son, right?
Saving.
Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we will take the carriage back towards Uldan and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here and help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation. or any hint of concern for his own safety, though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. I'm surprised that Rauban actually took him in as like an adoptive son. Rauban was like, oh damn, Nanamo, Lalafell, wanna have a son. Oh, what? Totally. Master Alfino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and her are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Tarupin, but Alfino, my boss, sorry to keep you waiting. Sid! Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Surely, then he is no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hit the Enterprise, but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. Gothas, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in her territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ulda to the Monetarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states. But now that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort, frankly I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the Monetarists claim. Marshal Tarupin, I know not what to say. Not that father would labor to believe. But enough talk, you must go, Master Alfino. Your airship awaits. That was good though. It was like 45 minutes of like actually like that was a good payoff. Okay, that was like really good cutscenes. That was really interesting. That was really good. Up, there's no rest for the righteous. We should make camp for Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horsford. Mayhap he will know what to do. Lord Horsford. Wait, down here. Master Alfino told me your tale. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here was grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
I thought he's sleeping. Managed to escape, and what of those who did not? Bro, we need to like work on your posture,
He's
man.
pulling his cock out!
Wait, we need to work on his posture, man. Like what the fuck is that? That is bad posture. This is what happens if you don't stretch, if you don't sit up straight. Gamer posture. Oh my god, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh, we're doing this again! Oh hell yeah, bro. Movie number 2. Alfie now! Is it really you? Oh my god! Oh no! I'm so happy that you are. I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Lamin told me to run, and so I did. I ran, and I ran, until my lungs burned and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Oh! Wait, we actually see her face now. Ah yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Orion J. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently Orion J started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? It was the first Aura. I never expected her to be an Aura. Like, she looked more like a cat girl all the time. I was probably just... maybe she was meant to be like a cat girl, but then it was like, we need a new race. Ah, yeah, okay. Because like she really had like at first like the stance and everything like as the cat girls. Sorry, where was I? Oh yes, we waited there at the Waking Sands hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other science as we speak, but we have met with no successes yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only crystal braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. Well, let's hope. You may have been forsaken by man and woman believed true, but rest assured that the people of Adoma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the science restored to their rightful place of honor. I'm good, Nappy. Good luck.
'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eosia's woes.
Good.
And look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh yes, I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
So, Master Alphino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alphino, if I may?
Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
Oh! Oh my god, the eyes. Oh my god.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Oshfon.
Osford.
'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Oh? Oh shit! Credits! Yeah! We did it! The worst one is done, right? It can only get better now. Oh man, the last bit was good. That was a good setup again, but oh my god, like you have to get through so much filler. And I can understand, now why they chose the filler. Because they wanted to make you feel like, okay, the Crystal Braves are like your companions, your allies. And then you just like feel like more betrayed by them in the end. I can see that now, why they chose to do that. But I'm pretty sure there must have been a better way. Because, oh my god, that was so dragging. But they could have come with something else, like... That was really... Just skipping. You already cut it down, yeah. It's probably difficult to like find something that you can do that doesn't really have that much of an impact, I guess. But like all of the post stuff is not good. How long did it take me, by the way? I want to see like how much was post game. How much was filler? I'm kind of curious. A second, I want to see that. Where's my VOD account? Thank you, Flash. Wish. To 412. It was, I guess it was like around like 18 hours of filler. Around 18 hours of filler it was. It's quite a lot, actually, now in hindsight. Buy an outfit. I don't need to buy an outfit, Toto. Like, I don't know, like, I'm still, like, saying this, like, the base game itself is completely fine. Like, okay, at some points it gets a little bit, like, boring as well, but it's more like, you're more like, okay, because, like, you learn the beast tribes, and you get, like, the arc, what was it called? Not archals, primals. The primals and stuff, it's okay. It's not like best writing or something, but I guess it does its job to like introduce you to it. I think like the base game itself is still good. It's still good, but like once that base game is over and gets into the post game, like the post patches, this is where it lacks. Especially like the stuff with like the death of Moonbreeder, that was like, you didn't have like, I don't know, like you can't really feel bad. It's like she appears out of nowhere and then like a little bit later she already dies. I'm like, okay, well. I was more taken away by Reborn's death. Reborn actually took me by surprise. Reborn actually took me by surprise. I did not expect that one. Also, like the way it went, like goddamn, that was cool. Cure up a dungeon? No. Queuing up a dungeon. It's like the same with like I forgot the name, the little Lalafell, the leader. Momo. Is it Momo? Nanamo, thank you, Nanamo. Momodi was the other person at the inn, Ryan. Nanamo, yeah. I was kind of sad about Nanamo as well. The problem is like, I feel like out of like all of the leaders, I kind of have a feeling like Nanamo had like the least like screen time from the leaders. Oh no, never mind. I guess Kani-sana. Kani-sana had like the least screen time. Yeah, it was more about Reborn, yeah. Melwhip, or how she was called, had like the most. Cause I think I saw like so many times. 7 else. I'm looking forward to the other expansions thing. I wouldn't say like this is like a great one, but it's definitely like a decent enough one that keeps you like going. I think like the last bit was I think it was well made. Because it was like the betrayal of the Crystal Braves and stuff. I'm so glad they keep that art style. Like after all these years, they still keep that. I'm actually glad. I'm really glad they stick to the roots with that one. Double diamond. That is usually used in the deluxe limited editions. Oh. I don't know, like I've seen like people like saying it's ugly. It's definitely unique. But it has its charm. Yeah, it's very old school. It's not like everything is like very like hello moe. It's a very moe. Wait, while this runs, I want to see like how long did it take me to, in the end, finish around Reborn? I'm kind of curious. How long did it take me to finish around Reborn? $70 hours. 70.8 hours took me to finish around Reborn. Holy shit, we're playing this for 70 hours already? Oh my god. DM. No, I don't see it. Are we not getting another one? So we will get like another art. Maybe Discord has problems again. Discord is down. No. I can't connect to Discord on my phone either. Yeah, I can't connect to Discord. Meanwhile, Steam wins by doing nothing. Dude, credits released 2015. It's been 11 years. Oh shit, after credits. Oh, we're back at this scene.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Oh, Roman is still alive! Holy shit! And he's out for Ilbert's ass. Gabrialis is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands then? The earth is fertile and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. I was getting poetic. By his will. By his will. Wait, what? I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known? I would speak of fate, Archon, yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Wait, what is Orangier doing here?
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Ah, we did it! And swap to heaven. So I think we'll do this next time. When we like start, when we start it again, we will do that. I think it has a better feel to it than if I do it now. Yeah, I will have a better feel to it if we do it then. It's we can all do this like next time we're gonna start. You know, it's just like next Tuesday, Heavensward releases, you know? Next Tuesday, big release, Heavensward, you know? Gonna get that expansion myself. I think it's better like that. Devil deleted Devil's message? Okay. Wow, was good though. Only posted K. We did it!